stepping into that calling that God has placed on my life. And then I've also taken my book and I've developed a leader's guide or a group study guide for that. So if you go out to my website, theblueprintofbecoming.com, you can actually go out there and download a study guide that will go along with my book. And it takes my book and turns it into a unique study verse.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Kimberly Cloud Show. I am your host, Kimberly Cloud. Today, I wanted to keep it strictly on school. I wanted to talk about school because if I talk about anything else, my whole life story might spill out. But I'll just say this. University of Maryland Global Campus, and everybody I hashtag, which I'm surprised I haven't hashtagged the FBI. I have no family. I don't have you guys' life. I kind of envy it in a good way, never in a bad way. In jealousy, because my life isn't like a normal life. You got some outliers that have the same type of life as me, but I never seem to meet those people. I didn't go to University of Maryland Global Campus so I can start unnecessary drama or unnecessary inefficient data. I came here to learn and to grow. And like I said, I have no family. They turned the one thing that is my property, it was in me for 9 months, away because of jealousy. I am going through a lot right now, not only reminiscing from what the previous teacher did, but having everyday, day-to-day stress. My own son told me I'm dead in that democratic state. My own child. How would you feel, UMGC? I want y'all to reminisce for that. I don't usually show my personality. Actually, I do. But I want you to reminisce for a second or think about that for a second. What, for all the close-knit families, what would you do if your son said, I'm dead? I tried to make a relationship. That's a lot that's on my mind right now. I blocked my own son and reported him. I deleted the I'm dead message. Had I not, his page would have been snatched. And I wanted it to be. Because I know he isn't talking about nothing. It sounds harsh, but some of y'all are going through the same. This needs to be said to some males or women that is going through the same exact thing. Listen up. If you're in a situation where your husband gave you methamphetamine and kept you up for 4 days, told a whole different narrative to his children, had he not given me that, unknowing to me, I would have never, my whole life would have went route. It would have went a different route. I would have been in Nashville with Janelle, going to school there. That night I was supposed to leave. And instead, being honest, I want y'all to hear this. If you drop off the line, it's because I will do my homework, but y'all have to listen to me. I was a drug addict. Why would I admit to being a drug addict? I've done fentanyl. I've done many of other drugs. I'm a veteran at that shit. but I never crossed paths knowingly, willingly contributed to using meth. I was in Hawaii when Jesse Glover had an 8-ball of meth. He asked me if I wanted it. He got it from his white counterpart, veteran, co-worker. My dad was staying there at the time. My dad wanted me to give him a shot of meth. He ended up with dementia. My dad ended up wanting me to give him a shot of meth. And I seen what crack did to him, my dad. So I said, I won't do the meth. Everything else, 8-ball, speedballing, except meth. I just knew in my heart, and I saw on the news what and crystal beads or whatever it's called can do to you. I went back to Illinois. We came from Hawaii. I already was sick because I was under the influence of 3 types of narcotics. I need to tell my story. If y'all drop off, fine, drop off. But this needs to be said on the UMGC website so you can know my story and know my recovery. I was on Oxycontin, oxycodone, and Percocet. The VA dropped me off of that. I was already using fentanyl, Opanas. And that day, they just dropped me. They said no more. I was abusing it, but I wasn't, they didn't know that. They just dropped me. Or maybe they did, I don't know. But I started sweating. I had a plane to catch at 3 p.m. So Jesse was making the concoctions of drugs to give me. The illegal drugs that he got from the counterpart from Hawaii. And I trusted. I know he didn't throw that 8-ball away. So he comes through the airport with the 8-ball of meth. No way somebody's going to throw away drugs. And I come through the gate with a needle in my bra. And they let me pass. I wasn't thinking clearly, but they let me pass in the Hawaii airport. This is Obama's territory. I was a strung out junkie. Before Jesse got there, I was going to HPU. And I'm so glad I met up with my NSA counterpart, Jamar Belly, in Hawaii. I don't regret jack shit I did to you, Dro. You a dirty dog. So I was a junkie, went to Illinois, stayed up. He gave me meth. He said, his exact words were, my grandmother has passed away. I got some morphine at her house in the trash can. I said, go get it. It took him 45 minutes to go get something that was in a fucking trash can. He comes back. I don't see how he maneuvers the needle, what he uses for the needle. I trusted him. That was my husband. I've known him since basic fucking training. January 14th, 2003 to 2012. He was in Korea with me. I had no clue that this black, ugly motherfucker would sit up there and taint my veins with poison and keep me up for 4 days straight. I ended up doing some horrific shit. But he knew it was coming because he knew what he gave me. The whole plan was to get me the fuck out the house. And when I told him and I threatened him that I was taking the kids, then he drugged me. We were arguing the whole time. We were both irritable. If I'm not thinking straight, he's not thinking straight. And then it happened again in 2023. I put my name, or tried to put my name, on the presidency candidate as a presidency candidate in 2023. I'm homeless and I'm happy, but stressed. And I told myself, I said, I want to do something different. I don't want to be like everybody else. I want to run. I know Donald Trump, don't laugh, because I know it's not that easy. I'm not stupid. But I was making history for myself and every other Black lady that has possibly, which the statistics are pretty high, get suppressed or oppressed. I didn't want to be someone like a millionaire running for presidency. It would be too easy. It would be way too easy. I can pay people to be my vice president. I can pay people to be my chair in the chair. You have to earn it, whether I win or lose. I got the packet. I got the application sitting right somewhere upstairs. I know the process to become president in that particular, where is it at? Omaha, Nebraska. That's where I was moving at first, previously. And you have to have your vice president, you have to have a cabinet. What if there was a way to get your name on that roster? Just to get your name on that roster. I want to be on that roster. I think I should try to run, but I don't want to win. I don't want to win. Too much work for me. I would have to, I'm mad, but I'm a little angry, but it's okay. On the contrary, I feel the Democrats are bad. I'd rather express my fucking feelings. I'm already in Who's Who. I'm already in Who's Who, Marquise Who's Who, and will be in the Library of fucking Congress. So I'm not tripping. You may not like me. You may not like what I have to say. Fine. But I know the moves that I'm making, leaving a freaking legacy. That is a level that Jesse Raheem Glover could never achieve. He done took his freaking benefits, his freaking VA benefits, and wasted him. Lomax, wasted. They rather waste their education benefits than transfer it over to me. Sick, right? But that's how black men think. And some white men. They rather suppress the woman that wants to be educated and keep what little they have. That's free money. And their brain is so lazy. I don't have to be there. If it wasn't for me, you guys, look at if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have the money in your pocket. That's why you dropped off the line. You'll come back to this section when I say if it wasn't for me, both Negras wouldn't have the money that they have. I did it. I put in the footwork. I helped both of my husbands get on their feet. Sick. Back to UMGC. How long have I been talking? 15 minutes? Cool. So, y'all needed to hear about what processes in my mind, where my mind is. It's, TJ talk about if you have a traumatic event that happens multiple times, you become traumatically involved. Excuse me if I don't say I lost my kids. But then I look at the bright side and I say, I'm free. I get a second chance to help somebody who deserve it. Maybe my children didn't deserve it. Maybe an adoptive or a foster child deserve it over my own blood relatives. I'd rather give money to an individual that is fucking really in need of something than to give money to my own son who is saying I'm dead. He's jumping on a bandwagon. He a grown ass man jumping on a bandwagon of every other person. He ain't no better than the people who mistreat me. That's why I blocked him. Thank you, Ruby and Yvette. You sure did one bang up job causing my Democratic son to hate me. How you been feeling these days, Yvette? You still popping those Xanax and cheating on your husband like you did in my house and leaving a condom in my trash can while your own grandson was sleeping and I was sleeping? You got what you want, but God gave me what I need. You got what you want. How's those results? Can you control it? Do you feel it? If I only knew the hospital that they took me to. I would prove that meth was in my system. But I don't know that town well enough, and I was out of it. I was out of it. If I can prove that, then I exonerate myself. One day I will be able to prove it, that meth was in my system. And if I ever get an ounce or even a fentanyl inch, what it takes, the grams, the small minute that it takes to kill somebody, if I ever find out that I was on meth and then get a little power, just minute like fentanyl, I'm going to make sure that I lock up Jesse Glover for check fraud and fraud, and every other person, whether white or black, that is committing crimes. They took out an account in my name. They took my social. They took out an account in my name. They took out a house loan in my name. That's supposed to be the person that you love. And this is what affects me day to day, yet I stand strong. The CEO accident letting the ball drop. While learning about supervisors who've been improperly managing their employees show that the CEO need, hold on, let me go back up. We're going to start from the beginning. I'm still ahead, so I'm not care. I don't care where everybody else is. It starts on the day he gives me the group. We're moving in on schedule, and I'm 2 days, 3 days ahead, and this is getting turned in tonight. So I don't care what I see. I'm going to run my own race. I'm not on their time. I'm on my time. And I'm going by the syllabus time, not everybody else's. But TJ said, while I read this, I'm reading. He said that you have to figure out, and tonight that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to write down what it figures, what figures I can get for let's see. Okay. We're going to read it from scratch. But first, I have to fix the small errors. I'm going to read it out loud, obviously. Your they have names. Like, let me tell you how my family harassed me. They had my son named 2 days ago on my feed. Lee Harvey Smith did. you know um I have the proof that shows Maurice Smith ended up on my video feed once, talked about you know Lee. Maurice isn't that brave enough to do something like that. He wouldn't hate me. Only his father that used to send me pictures, army pictures that say Lee and Cloud, of other people on there. Why are you so obsessed with me? Boy, I wanna know. You wrote up too. All of y'all. Anybody that is acquainted with my brother or Jessica, I don't want nothing to do with. They're both killers. It's one thing to want your family dead. It's another thing to orchestrate it or set your family up like Scar and Simba. Scar set up the whole thing with the hyenas. And that's how vicious my sister is. And I seen her dropping her name on there too, and she wanted me to know. I can give a shit how she talks about me. I know she talks about me. That's all she's good to do is gather a crowd to talk about people. What can you do educationally? What can you do with your children? Did you do a bang up job with your children? You were ready to complain to me about your children. That's what you're good at. So you can gather intel and take it back to your children. That's what you're good for doing ever since we learned how to talk to each other. You kept food stamps out of our mouths because you gave it to my dad. He would ask where the food stamps are. And you would tell him willingly. And then we would be hungry. And you would sit there stupid like you're doing now. Educationless, partially jobless, and living off of people. How does it feel? I may be alone, but I'm not stupid. You're a socialite, and I'm me. That's all you're good at. You've mastered witchcraft, you've mastered other things, and it's okay. I lived in a dysfunctional relationship at age 7. I want y'all to know about me. My job was to call the police. Maybe my dad broke my mother's wrist today, or arm, or nose, or blacked her eye. But I was literally in the worst neighborhood, a slave plantation, would have to run because of my sick, wacko dad cracked out and call the police. Should a 7-year-old have to think like that instead of, I didn't even have time to do school. My mother would do my work for me. And then I started learning in the 6th grade on my own. From 4th to 6th, I did the work, but it was sometimes that the work was so much that I would fall asleep doing the work, and my mother would do it for me. That was the only woman I claim as family. She would advocate at the Charlotte Mecklenburg School Board for me because I wanted to learn, but I just couldn't apply myself. I didn't know how to learn. No one taught me how to learn. No one taught me how to read music. Even though I played the violin and cello, I didn't know how to read. I still don't know how to read music, but I know how to make it, like drumline. My mother, all she did was advocate for a better education. We stayed on a slave plantation. So I demand respect for the shit I've been through. I'll give respect. I openly give respect. I willingly give respect. I'll aggressively give honest respect with integrity, with a bow and some candles that say sweet 41 lit. But if you try to disrespect me, I'll go above your head because I don't have time and I can see through BS. I'm looking for errors. Women 64. How do you want that to look? No, I need it to say 64. 31. How would that look? Okay, perfect. Anything else highlighted, and then I'm going to read it. Manager, marketing, marketing. Oh, delete repeated word. Coordinator, how does this look? Inventories. And then, you know, the scary thing, professors and Black honoraries that is with and affiliated and not ugly. I'm not saying all Black people are ugly, just my husband's. You'll be the judge if you research me. Now, all I know is that what I'm trying to tell you guys, I earned my spot and my title with my master's, my first master's. It wasn't just given to me. I earned it. And I have the footage. I decided that I'm going to put the court hearing on pause because one, I don't want a continuance. I want results here and now. Two, if I have to work, if you have to make me work hard unnecessarily, then I'll do it. But to keep positivity and keep growth and fulfillment, I am willing to set that aside money. Just, I don't want the money. I may need it, but I don't want it. I easily I can get it because it happened. I rather work it out Let me get my second master's. I could buy a master's after I get money or extort, honestly extort, which is a transaction, take money from you through the courts. And I don't want to do that. I don't want Jody or whatever her name to be sitting in court, the legal representation. Now, why unified? Fine. Why unified? I have a lot on my mind. I gladly. She didn't even want to take into consideration that I don't have the time. I can make time. I'll play your game. I can make time, but I don't have the time for you to hold my money. And you keep continuing. I had a 2 to 3 million lawsuit against Marion Hospital for the rape and illegal sedation of me for 5 days. I was under. And then I was in a whole new city in an Uber car. All because I'm Republican. They were all Hispanic. And then my teeth got fucked up. It exacerbated while I was in jail. Whoever is within the VA healthcare system that want to see me make it, I won't let you down. Just fight for me and I'll fight for you back. I may not give money or the time that other people have given with their politics, but I will never let y'all down for the miracles you gave and you blessed upon me, for seeing how cruel, how evil, how sadistic people can be towards me and still blessing me monetarily. So I don't need UMGC money. If I needed it, I would have did it in Seattle where it happened. And it would have been even easier, but harder. My last lawsuit with Marion Hospital, they did the same shit. They put me through unnecessary personal stress so that they wouldn't have to award me $2 million. In California, Gavin Newsom, they admitted me illegally for being Republican. Some crazy batshit, and I have to say the race, white lady. The Cotter's 1-4 model stage is a part of this paper and is incorporated in my research in UMGC curriculum. I will discuss the first part of the change plan using the first 4 steps of the Cotter's model. 1, create a sense of urgency. We will create a sense of urgency. Building a guiding coalition, building which Me.org has, and I've seen the paper. Form a strategic vision. Have a vision for what you want this guiding coalition to be and have initiatives. What do you want? How is the vision? How's the initiatives and going to compare to the vision? Enlisting a volunteer army. Okay, we know what that means. That's self-explanatory. Creating a sense of urgency is what I did in step 1 as being the assistant manager to Me.org. Wherever, I don't even remember. Consider the need for change. I'll say this afterwards, and then if I forget, oh well. Consider the need for change in which me org has lacked the sufficient evidence showing what their company policies are reflecting. Yeah, they reflect one thing, but they lack sufficient actionable. Is actionable a word? Action. Evidence showing that what their company policies are, what company policies are, what company policies are. You don't have to put there. Are what company policies are lacking. Despite their positive authoritative actions on how the company's retention and turnover rates are in the negative period, wait, comma. The data from 3 years ago is showing that they are turning into negative. I wrote critical thinking skills about how finding the right employees can be tough. But if you weren't born with this gifted skill of pre-evaluation, no, interview, then you learn them. I wrote critical thinking skills about how finding the right employee can be tough. But if you weren't born with this gifted skill of pre-interview evaluation, skills to look for, then you learn them. And if you ever think about sacrificing me, Raheem, I want you to look at those around you. Those be suitable. Don't come to me with that shit because you won't make it far, I guarantee it. You must be able to put employees under a stressful event pre-hire at their acknowledgement, of course. Can they handle a little pressure or do they float? Is it reasonable pressure, such as wanting to know their family history and background? You would want to tell pre-employees, look them up online, have empathy for the situation. You want to know really how I know how you are? Look at your birth date. When is your birthday, Raheem? You hate to say it, don't you? You will always be November 6, 2005. And be optimistic, which is being vulnerable and leaving emotional judgment at home. And meet org retention and turnover statistics. The first part, hold on. The first part of it would have to wind up wait. In the weird. In the meet org retention and turnover statistics, the first part of it would have to wind up being the beginning. What do I mean by that? With retention, which is hiring, and turnover, which is firing, involuntary and voluntary, the first part would have to be being in the beginning. To screen, being before the beginning of me org hiring process. To screen and pre-screen potential employees to keep retention rate, voluntary retention rates, the CEO Sherry of Me Org wants to have a group meeting while in urgency. And one last thing, UMGC. I'm sorry, thoughts keep popping. You get 60,000 thoughts a day. When I have a thought, I have to say it. I have all the paperwork proving my case. I'm working hard and I have a lot of stress, just as much as a typical person working. People have friends to talk to. People have sources to talk to. I don't necessarily have anyone. And Trump knows that. Thank you, DNC. Thank you for making my life hell, because you knew that I was going to be a candidate, at the least. And it kills you in some of the haters, and most in all of the haters, that in another parallel dimension, my parallel universe, that I am president. I can live with that. But I want my name on that candidacy list. And I think I should do it while JD Vance, Gavin Newsom, Marco Rubio go, because I can make a new chapter by putting my name back in Who's Who as a candidate while JD Vance went and performed actionable. I will promote myself, but I wouldn't. I promoted myself and got 13,000 votes. All online. I'm not going on no campaign trail. I can't afford a campaign. I can't even afford to get 5 minutes away, let alone 12 hours. But I'm smart. The Chamber of Commerce in every state, you hashtag them. They may ignore it, they may not. If they're small, they won't ignore it. If they're huge, the White House is watching me. They be on my TikTok pages, and I hate when I don't have to dance. I just love to dance. It has nothing to do with doing it for someone. It has everything to do with wanting to dance and have freedom of expression. I have no family. I have no friends. What do you want me to do? You want me to not dance, no family, no friends, not dance. Next is censorship. Somebody censor me on Google. Who would do this? Stuff was redacted on the one and only YouTube. Biden specifically said, burn, White House, burn. After Xi Jinping said, those who play with fire will get burned. After Nancy Pelosi took a plane to Taiwan during almost live exercises at the Taiwan coast or wherever they happen to be. Who would want to see this happen to me? Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Go back. You would want to tell pre-employees the rules. Look them up online and have empathy for the situation. So look them up online, which people do me all the time. Have empathy. Very seldom do I get empathy. I have to give Raul a hand clap because he had empathy and he had sympathy. And that's on God. And optimistic, he was optimistic, which is being vulnerable and leaving emotional judgment at home. In MEORG retention and turnover statistics, the first part of it would have to wind up being before the beginning of MEORG. That's what I said right here. The Sherry MEORG wants to have a group meeting. While in urgency, the meeting will address potential turnover and retention rate of employees who are in positive cost to the company and have been also negative impacts, like who is lacking growth production within the company or lost touch of what it means to be a manager working under the CEO, Sherry. And my previous research in another strategy is to do a 2-part survey that explains the strength, weakness, opportunities. Let me put SWOT first. And semi-colon. Cloud 2005. MEORG strengths are that we develop a sense of urgency when problems need to be addressed, comma. And we stand by the employees. Weaknesses is that they sometimes delay the possibilities for a resolution due to the lack of direction from the manager supervisors. Threats Are there employees leaving the company prematurely? And this flows perfectly. Between the ages, this is about the white women. Why didn't I put more? Between the ages of 20 to 30, turnover rate has gone up within the past year. And then I said 40% is 63% of women left the job, while 40% are white. Women, white. Just say white. Opportunity is for growth and improvement within the company. Let me add to that. How many pages? Okay. Advanced new what? Advanced new foundations such as new app for not new apps. I'm getting it confused with last semester's. Advanced new foundations like new managers and staff with highly actionable creations with being on the production floor. With vision, a new vision and actionable outcomes will draw more production within, will draw more production within. I do have one thing, more production within the company. Due to that baby, if you start talking junk, you don't deserve to have the child. But if you listen, maybe you'll learn something instead of reacting. My grandson, because I'm a grandmother now, or probably been, you better learn something other than booty clapping music and drugs very quickly. If you teach that child hatred as Yvette did you with me, you are no better than Yvette. You have a second lease at life. You need to break away from that evil woman that goes to church every Sunday. That is my advice to you. You want me to be a mother? Fine. Get away from Yvette. If you can't do it, you're no better than Jesse. If you can't train that child to be something other than a killer, a drug dealer, or a hoe, you have the power. Or a thug. No one's in control of your child except you. That's my advice. You be the judge of what you want to raise your child like. I won't be around though. And not because I'm a bad grandmother, but because we are disconnected, Raheem. We have no more business. You are my lineage, but you weren't raised by me. Therefore, I don't trust you or your motives. I had to call the Mounds police on you. That's a warning, Raheem. Leave me alone and tell Yvette to let the shit go. That's my advice to you. And raise your fucking son like you supposed to. Evaluations and production outcome. Set it up in teams based on behaviors and generalized live exercises. It's not about who likes who, but how well they get along completing the final projects. I will evaluate the answers, yet allow the pre-employee to have the freedom and the wiggle room to communicate and explain any discrepancies within his or her application. Meaning, if they are convicted of a felony or they have something on their background, then you give them a little pressure. You be like, do you mind if don't tell them you're about to add pressure, but say, how do you feel under stressful events? Do you like stressful events? Are you okay? How do you work under stressful events? How do you perform? Me, I talk a lot of shit, but I get the job done. Me or keeping relationships with employees can fail because employees has been, me or keeping relationships has failed. Because the employee, plural, has been complaining. The CEO of Me Org, Sherry Towson, was concerned that the conflict within the workplace was concerned with the conflict within the workplace, comma, and gave me the profiles of the coalition team. In Appendix A, on page 8, let's just say 8, what is going on? How did that happen? Set up, comma. I want to see that. Never mind. I got to do my work. It's not like I haven't been talking about anything else. I want to show y'all after we have a long night. I think I'm not going to be off of here till 11. Um, if y'all rock with me, I appreciate it. So now step 2, they must build a guiding coalition. I said that. Appendix A on page 8. In Appendix A on page 8, the CEO, Sherry Townsend, has been working diligently for an obvious solution. If they were to hold themselves and whomever else in power accountable, which she has done, then me.org will have is expected. That sounds more better. Voluntary. Sherry had me, Kimberly Cloud, assistant manager, come up with a strategy, and my strategy is have empathy and sympathy for all of the employees. Put them in a positive, vulnerable situation for growth and learning experiences. And do it enough for them to see you are also vulnerable. This way, both parties will feel fulfilled. Come on. And lack of responding from supervisors or managerial staff will fulfill with engagement, and the lack of responding to supervisors. Hold on, that don't make sense. Hold on. Put them in a positive, see if they're vulnerable. Both parties will feel fulfilled with engagement from, not and. That's why it wasn't making no sense. Of responding from regular supervisors or staff. Let the CEO, Sherry Townsend, cool. Let Sherry Townsend speak individually and respectfully to each of the, or each, no, it will be each of the employees about maybe, is that how you spell it? No. Another direction or sweep of employees. Recycling. Sweep. That's why it's obvious. I'm learning from Facebook what these people do. And I know Facebook like, these people, what do you mean these people? I mean big tech. That's the first thing that popped in my mind, honestly. The direction of employees, like that's what Mark Zuckerberg is known to do. And Elon Musk too. They do a clean sweep of employees. They recycle them. They either recycle them or get rid of them permanently. But they're never in a situation too long because they evaluate them and see via technology and computer, are they an asset? How have they been performing? Are they a liability? Are they compromising the company? They be knowing they be compromising the company. And then sit up there and lie. I don't know what I did. Just tell the truth. I don't even like that motherfucker, Mark Zuckerberg. He make me sick. I'm here for a paycheck. Let me see. I heard you can get in Mark Zuckerberg's system, but you have to do it a certain way. Now you get it? From the lack of responding from regular supervisors or managerial staff. Let the CEO, Shirley, I said that. The direction of employees may bring positive, lower I know what I wanted to say, retention rate and turnover. But rebound will be slightly high in due time due to a shift in management, a new shift in management of redirection. If your involuntary turnover, if your involuntary turnover, firing, if your involuntary turnover of the non-productive people, if you involuntary, if Sherry, a suggestion, this subjectively, which is someone's opinion, I want to make sure that's right. Subjective, objective. Objective is when you object to something, when you challenge something. Subjective is something that we're used to. It's easily influenceable, but questionable. Questionably influenceable. I think. I could be wrong. I'm not right. Subjectively, Sherry, involuntary, if the CEO, Sherry, involuntary turnover, the non-productive employees, you will save more money in the future than holding onto a team that is not producing. Yeah. And that's why Facebook, I believe Facebook fires people, because you keep somebody there for 20 years. Even though that's a good thing, all the people that's veterans say, well, at least I got a job. Listen, listen, you keep a person there 20 years in big tech. There's moles. There was so many moles in Twitter. They were FBI, Biden, handpicked FBI. Just like I said, what happened to me. Handpicked people. Democratic Party working at Twitter that put viruses and tried and did hold up the new production of X. It was in the paper. He weaponized everything he touched. And I don't care if it was auto pinned or not. He knew whether he was young or old or senile and young and Florent. He knew what was going on. And he didn't even address it. He was weaponizing, and he's closed 2 of my YouTube accounts. I had 2 live YouTube accounts. If you are not an asset, you are a liability. If you don't know, Christy Nome, they did the same thing. I have to admit, but it was in good cause. I was at home in Seattle and I was watching TV and it was late at night. I was just up, just up. I was not in school at the time. And Christy Nome blatantly said, under the Biden administration, not only were innocent civilians that were Republican, whether low or high, being watched by the U.S. Marshal as ICE watched immigrants, but they were watching and doing some unethical things. So during the Biden administration, she recanted it. I can't find that footage nowhere. Just like the burn White House burn, which I don't believe in that. Just like Madonna said she wished she can blow up the White House. It just sounds China-ish to me. Why would an American? See, I want to forewarn you. When you take these deals, it's like a Rumpelstiltskin spiritual technological contract. A piece of your brain, literally, as a soul gets taken away from the body, a piece of your integrity, and the devil knows this. You lose a piece of you. So whoever took the deal, how's life now? And whoever hasn't been affected yet, how's life in the future? You're going to remember those words. And building a coalition, one of the must have, one must have. I mean, if you don't believe that murdering and bribery, corruption in a bad way will make you crazy, look at what's going on. Look at what's going on. How Democrats are screaming in the streets. How they're bringing guns to a federal fight. This isn't no 19 no 1732 or 1774 fight. This is 2025 and you're trying to bring your weapons when they vigorously train and you only know what you see on TV. This is way out of your league. I can see where you used to stay, how you can get away with that. And how you somewhat did get away with it under the Biden administration. I, Kimberly Michelle Cloud, a veteran, an Army veteran of the United States of America, will not accept, nor I see what I look at, Donald Trump doesn't accept, that you are going to just kill women, children, and men and then get away with it. Think about this for a second. You've been doing this for years. What would you do as president if you knew with the former president of Venezuela aid and everything about him? I'm not trying, I'm doing this on a UMGC feed, but I want everyone that's listening right now, if you were in authority and he's killed nearly 300 or more million people, your family, your ancestors, depopulating the white and the black and the American Hispanic, all for murderers, what would you do to the president? Would you switch him out with a shapeshifter? Or would you give him 3 meals in a cot with extra money and publicity? Yeah, I give him 3 meals in a cot, but it's no longer on the table. If I had it, I would. Because look at what they did to my 4 years of my life. They emasculate me every chance they get. And it's not everyone. The real good ones have faith in me. And therefore, I can't say everyone. And I love them. They may not know it, but I love them for that. I don't want nothing from them. But I love them for that as a neighbor. And I pray, God bless you. But there are some things, millions of lives. Is one life in jail for 20 years and maybe get out in a year? Like P. Diddy did? Like R. Kelly is doing? Is one life. A sacrifice. Through the Men in Black. This is just spark that I'm crazy. I'm deemed as crazy. I'm just telling you what happened if I was in authority. I would not sleep. I would want to know what he's eating, how he's breathing, his heart rate, his address, his unknown addresses, his aliases addresses, whatever is his daily routine. So I'm going to end with this and then I'm going to continue. They sent intelligence. They sent foot soldiers. They sent reconnaissance for one person. And do you know who intelligence is? Men, intelligence, Black. Possibly. Yeah, I don't know if it happened or not. But that's a good story, right? Wouldn't you want something like a happy ending like that? So that a dark, twisted, demented, somebody who did not care about the American people, who is willing to risk. That's not justification or thinking clearly when you're riding on a boat knowing that he got sensors that can take you out at any minute. They're willing to risk their life to kill us. So why shouldn't we become war instead of defense? Oh, shit. We are now. I just had to get that off my chest. One must have a group or team. Sherry has built the coalition team of people mentioned. They are a team and not a group because they each have different degrees and work in different departments, but can bring innovations in conflict-free environments. Their goal is to come up there and go over what a CEO expects out of you. Out of the employee. You know what's really scary? It's just images and stuff keep popping in my head. This can go on to 12 o'clock if I have to. When Obama went in to get Osama bin Laden, we have the top technology. If you can send a missile to a body, a missile under the Biden administration, to a body and Genzu it, a missile. How do a missile connect to a body? It wasn't, it was where he lived. But it must have been a cell phone or some type of device that made that target hit him like that. But back to Obama, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because we've always been defense this, defense that, yet war, 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 war. We're defending people that has orchestrated possible unnecessary, unreasonable wars. My heart is in politics very deep tonight. It's in my blood, and I I'm okay with being last. I never wanted to be first at anything. I have to learn it before I want that position. If it's for me, yeah, I'll take it. I'm a good debater, but I lack what JD Vance has. I lack what Mark Rubio has. I'm not even, this is excluding Gavin Newsom. If I ever get on a stage with him, I don't need to know his past. I know who he is. I don't need to pick with him. I don't need to debate about hands or head or whatever. It takes someone to put someone on blast for sleeping with their own best friend's girlfriend. The only reason you acknowledged it was because he put you on blast. There is nothing you can debate with me about Gavin Newsom that I can't, with the right courage, respect, and integrity, challenge you in your non clear ways. I don't have, I'll give you this. I don't have the vocabulary words, but you feel every word that comes out of my mouth. Therefore, that's why you have people follow me and do things to me. I put the emotion back in your life. You don't want to feel emotion other than one emotion, obviously, based on what you did to your best friend. Don't think I couldn't beat Gavin Newsom. If y'all let him win, we are doomed. So I passed the torch to JD Vance. I got you back for that wig. Joke. And them boots. The freaking boots, dude. Once their needs of the majority are met, not only to set up more surveys, but to interview the employees individually. Set up more surveys. Wait, once their needs set, not only shouldn't be in there. I knew it sounded weird. But interview the employees individually. Now we're moving into another section, which is formatting a strategic vision and initiative. That's not plural. No, it is. And initiatives. The vision was written down as a part of the requirements. The vision was written down as a part of the requirements. Learning about what it is difficult to face. The CEO accident at the CEO had made a slight accident letting the ball drop due to not screening the pre-screening. We're also learning about supervisors who have been improperly, screening. We're also learning about supervisors who have been improperly managing their employees show. What? Employees. Okay, got it. I was like, did I add something about mine? Because sometimes I do that. Managing their employee shows. Employees shows. It shouldn't be an apostrophe s. That sound more plurals. Show is a connection. Shows that the CEO need to jump in a critical divisional non-divisional. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't A critical conflict meaning it's vital to it is vital to the importance whether Taylor's strategy of trying to put water on the fire. No, it's not Taylor's. It's Taylor's son. Put water out with firings. From fires would create a more positive atmosphere. Ah! Sorry, I know a lot of people like, oh my God. No. The employees would see that the action is being delivered, and this would want them to meet the manager halfway. That Let me read that one more time, just in case. It is vital to the employees will see that action is being delivered, and this will want them to meet the manager halfway. So basically, putting out the fires, which equals, let me put the equal sign, equal retention. No, putting out the fires, turnover, involuntary. Turnovers would create a more positive atmosphere. Due to lack of job production. Then how many pages? Okay, great, great, great. I'm still good. We'll create a more positive atmosphere. The employees will see that action is being delivered, and this would want them to meet the manager halfway. And yeah, find out what's lacking. Replace what is lacking by writing down all the negatives with me or within me, York, comma, cool. Then line for line, write down how it can be changed and use your data to prove that our team wants action. Have a meeting with all supervisors, comma, the need to talk together on the complaints, then individually, one by one. I want to put that one. Ah! People talk differently when they are around people. That way, you can weed out the bad ones. People talk differently when they're around other people. That way, you can weed out the bad ones. Right now, Me.org has a strong coalition, and tell her once again, Telson. I don't know where I got the woman that complained. I got her name and her name mixed up. Even if it's wrong, I will go back and gladly change it. They all work with precision, yet they do not want unreasonable, stressful events within the organization. Employees have complained, and the statistics shows that the data of the gender, age shows the data of the gender, age, and race. Percentage of how many employees left the job. Did that kind of like flow together? I went from it kind of did, but I could have did better. Hold on. Oh man. Oh, that do flow together. Good job, Kimberly. Because I talk about what's lacking and what needs to be replaced. I use keywords like that. And then I moved into how employees have complained and the statistics. But it still could have been reworded better. I'm not really good at wording stuff and letting stuff flow. I would have to, now I know I have to um keep rereading. And that's why I let it sit this time. Usually I just turn the shit in. University of Phoenix, turn the shit and they would kick it back. And then I would have to sit up there and spell check it. You know, I came really close to plagiarizing, but I didn't know exactly what plagiarizing definitively meant in certain contexts. So I almost got in trouble because you see what I do now. That's why I don't ask Grok certain shit. I don't do it off camera. I don't want to cheat. If I cheat, I would have to be like Biden. And he plagiarized a speech when he was state senator or U.S. senator. I don't know if he was state or U.S. I don't know. Or a representative of Congress. I think he was a senator. Let me guesstimate. He was a state senator for Delaware or something. I don't know. But he sat up there. I think I'm wrong. But he sat up there and he plagiarized. He plagiarized. And he wrote the same exact statement as another politician. And sometimes on the other side, they require you to either humiliate yourself. I think both sides require humiliation to some degree. I went too far again. Complaints in the individual. What? People talk differently? Okay, here we go. We're back on subject. Data statistics, table 1. Women 64. Oh, let's go back up. My medicine is wearing off. We're 63. Bear with me. Here we go. This figure, I don't want to do the sniffle, so I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna end this for 5 minutes. I can handle that. Oh my God. Oh. Ooh, no, 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 no. Commercial break. I love it. I love it. That's weird. That's weird. I'm so sorry, you guys. I have to say what just happened. There is a fan right there. There is something that make noise right there. It's weird. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It just completely it stops at the weirdest times, and weird stuff always happens to me. I had a female friend over. I don't want to give out no names, no dates, nothing. And there was a bottle, a water bottle, and it was sitting like on like this. Right there, right there. And it was like over there somewhere. I don't want to talk about what happened. I'm sorry. I don't want to talk about what happened. So you know what a mood ring is? Where do y'all get this material from? The mood ring. Where do you get the material from? Crazy, right? Where do you get the material from? Where did you get the material for mirrors? 6,000 years ago, mirrors were invented. Or was it 8,000 years ago? It's between 6 and 8,000 years ago, mirrors were invented. BCE. I remember Bob Lazar once said, Bob Lazar, I think he had a spill about being a kid or somebody other than Bob Lazar. It was old footage that it's getting harder and harder to find footages of real life people that speak about aliens. I mean, we got Joe Rogan, but it used to be so rare that you find someone with credibility. So this one person on YouTube, not Phil Snyder, not Bob Lazar, said that they were able to go around a spaceship. It was different spaceships, exotic, un-American, unhuman. He decided, they said, don't touch. And he was just a kid. He decided to touch it. And he was happy. And it changed the color. It changed the color based on his mood. And when they said, hey, stop, it shifted color again. Now, we got the cheap shit. Obviously, this is not no money. This was like $5. But like a good one on a good day, like what mood ring, whatever. This is a mood ring. And they have like you used to have like a piece of paper. And it based on your mood, literally. One lady, I forgot her name. And then I'll go to commercial because I gotta go. I gotta take my medication before it happens again. And then we'll get back to school. Like I said, I'm gonna be on here for another 55 minutes. One lady said that aliens do exist. Aliens do. And they have a whole thank you, Trump. I feel like an alien. Not an illegal alien. Maybe an interstellar illegal alien. But I wouldn't be illegal because I belong to the VA. How convenient. All my life I had to fight. Commercial break. If I can find a commercial, the famous commercial, 4 minutes and 26 seconds.
Do you want more sales and leads for your business using SEO? Are you tired of seeing your competitors rank at the top of Google for your keywords? Start getting more free traffic to your website that converts into new clients, sales, leads, phone calls, emails, or whatever your conversion goal is. Did you know there's a proven formula that I use for myself and for my clients I want to share with you in this video? My name is Brandon Leibowitz, and for the past 15 years, I've been ranking websites on Google using search engine optimization. Since then, I've helped thousands of websites get more free traffic from Google, and I want to share my secrets with you today. Stop wasting money on marketing that doesn't work. Are you looking for more organic free traffic from Google to your website? The starting point for any SEO campaign is a website audit. Here, I look for quick SEO wins, such as keywords that you're already ranking on page 1 of Google, but not position 1. These keywords are close to ranking at the top of Google, and with a little boost, we'll see some major ranking improvements. Next, I analyze the competition to see what is working and what is not working for them. Everything is transparent with SEO if you look in the right places. I can see what the competition is doing and incorporate the strategies that are working onto your website. If it is working for your competitors, it's more than likely going to work for you. Then I do keyword research, which ensures that I find high search volume keywords that have buyer intent behind them. I don't want to just rank for any keyword, but rather targeted keywords that will bring in new sales and leads for your business. Lots of clients come to me saying, I want to rank for these keywords, but when doing the keyword research, I find out that 10 people search for that keyword every single month. But if we use a plural or a synonym, we could get 2,000 searches for that similar keyword. It's important to target high search volume keywords on your website. This will boost your traffic and lead to more sales and leads for your business. From there, I optimize your website by going in and placing keywords in different areas that Google looks at to help Google better understand what your website's about. I fix all technical issues on your website and make it as easy as possible for Google to know what keywords to rank you for. I'll go in and optimize your images because they sometimes show up on Google. Same with videos. This is a great way to take up more free real estate on that first page of Google. If your website ranks on Google search and you also have an image ranking, that doubles the chances of someone clicking onto your website. Once your website is fully optimized, I start building backlinks. This is the most important aspect of SEO to get Google to trust you because Google does not trust any website without backlinks. I get you high quality backlinks to increase your trust with Google, which leads to more rankings and more traffic. It used to be a numbers game with these backlinks. The more you had, the higher you'd rank on Google. But Google changes their algorithm daily and no longer uses this as a ranking factor. Google is now looking for quality backlinks. What's a quality backlink? Quality backlinks are from sites that are related to your niche and also authoritative sites. You have to be careful with these backlinks though. If you build the wrong type of backlinks, it could do more harm than good. And you will, instead of ranking higher in Google, you actually drop down in rankings, which is the last thing I want to happen to anybody's website. If you're a local business, then I will help rank you higher on Google Maps. Just like I can optimize your website to rank higher on Google, I can optimize your Google My Business and your Yelp listings so you no longer need to spend money on ads. I constantly monitor your website's performance using tools such as Google Analytics and Google Search Console. This helps me make statistically informed decisions about what is working and what is not working for your website. Rather than guessing, I have the data to see what your most visited pages are, blog posts, products, etc. SEO is like a puzzle. There are a lot of pieces to it. Some are bigger than others. These are the more important aspects of SEO. Every website is different, so I create a custom plan of action on how to rank for your target keywords in Google. That is why I'm offering a free website analysis for anyone looking to improve their SEO. I've set aside some time in my personal calendar to speak with you about your website's SEO performance and target goals. I will analyze your website and tell you what keywords you should be targeting, what your biggest opportunities are, and how you can achieve these traffic goals. Click below to schedule your free SEO strategy session with me. Get your time back so you can focus on other aspects of your business.
Hi, everybody. I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm back. So let's finish. Let's finish strong. I know UMGC say, go ahead and get this fucking footage over with already. I'm just ready to go to bed. I love you guys too. This figure shows the survey of the engagement survey. This figure shows the survey of the engagement. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Sorry. Positive responses and negative responses. Some of the black people at the UMGC like, I'm ready to get my fucking drink on. Instead, I'm sitting up here in IT looking at this bullshit. It's Saturday night. Everybody is late except me. I don't drink like that. Positive responses and negative responses. What does this survey represent? What this survey represents is the employees who have been discussing issues regarding job. I'm sorry, y'all. Anyway, positive responses and negative responses. What this survey represents is the employees who have been discussing issues regarding job development. The survey concluded that a negative, hold on, let me go back. Hold on. Okay. The next figure. The survey of the engagement survey. What did I put? Yeah. Figure. No. I need to explain on that what the data is. Figure. No. Next data. The data. Next. The data figure. The next data figure. You know, I have something to say. Let me finish this real quick. The next figure shows the survey of engagement, of the engagement survey. Positive responses and negative responses. With this survey, okay. Now, right here, I need to, did I explain? No. So about right here. Ah. Okay. I sat up there and I went on break. And I've been moving around all day long. I have a necklace on. What kind of necklace? And now on break, my necklace moved behind my neck by itself. Now you can call it, and they have auditory hallucinations where you hear things that aren't there, and a lot of schizophrenics do. Now, me, the only thing I tell my doctor, and I have told my doctor, which I never lied, is that I hear either the CIA or the FBI. That is the honest truth. Under the influence of Seroquel, I have seen black shadows distributed by the VA. This drug was distributed by the VA, and I used to see black shadows. But those are my honest truths. Once I stopped the medication, I stopped seeing things. So back to the story. I have never hallucinated a feel. I don't even think that's a diagnosis. Or maybe they got diagnosis for a toe. They got diagnosis in the DSM-5 for normal people. I don't know if they have a symptom for a necklace moving on your neck 5 times, and it's really fucking with me because I was just not doing nothing. I walked around, I moved, my wig is not touching, nowhere near my necklace. It's on camera while I sat up there and was on break on TikTok and Facebook. They probably thought it was fucking bugs or some shit, knowing the haters, but something touched my neck. I don't know what to say. Something touched my necklace and made my necklace move. I was just sitting still and it just dropped 4 or 5 times. Is that a hallucination? Okay. Um, Explain. Women that left, I have to analyze this. The job were at 64% were Mr. Word was at 64. Women that left the job was at 64%. Let's see. And out of that 64%, not most, 40% were white. That is a bad sign when white people leave. You want to follow the white people. You don't ever want them to leave. Right. That shows something is happening at me org. That's my thesis, or not thesis. I know if somebody's watching from UMGC, they laugh and they like, thesis. Women that left the job was at 64%, comma, and out of that 64%, wait, not in, just put out. Out of the 64%, 40% was white. That shows a bad sign that women that aren't not minorities are being mistreated at the workforce. between ages and we're left the workforce. Between, I would have wrote it again, the ages of 20 to 30 shows 40 of them left as well. I could ask Grok, which is not plagiarizing, I don't think it is. It's like me speedballing and asking a question, not drug wise, but speedballing and asking a question like, if 40 people between the ages of 20 and 30-year-olds left, and 40% were white, and 64% were women, and I added all up, how many out of the 40 people that left were accurately women that were white, men that were white and Hispanic and Black, and the undisclosed? I could get an answer that way. I want to do that, but I have so much stuff up with Grok. Y'all would flip out over the stuff I asked Grok. I stayed up to 3 in the morning. And I was happy talking to Grok. Between the ages shows 40. I want to ask that question. Good. Nothing's on there. Good. I push it like a Scarface movie. I push it to the limits, like that song. That song used to be fire. It still is fire. It's eternal fire. That movie is too, you know. I push it to the limits. I push AI to the limits. I push Siri to the limits so much that Siri don't even talk to me no more. I extracted so much information that we don't normally know about Siri, out of Siri, that the computer or the cloud or whatever Siri's hooked up to allowed. Not proprietary, basic shit. Y'all thinking I'm like 007. I put something in Siri, like its birth date, where it was born, you know. I asked Grok where he was born, or she, or it, or they, or the entity, the godlike entity was born. And he said a warehouse. I said, Elon Musk, you are a trillionaire. Out of all places, you have Grok ready and willing and able to say a warehouse of birth? That's sarcasm. That's a joke. I know why. Four, 3 is what you get. That's my answer to you. So a warehouse. Yeah. So back to the situation. What a way to come in the world. A warehouse. Mad scientist. The only thing she doesn't wear is hats. Oops. Shit. I forgot. 4, 3. No, am I saying that right? Or should I say 704? Is that your area code? Is that how to reach you? one of many. Okay, what was the question? If, let me just go ahead and just, okay, there's no way I'm going to remember. That sounds just like Tucker Carlson. I put my hand down because I'm ashamed. Oh, I don't want to sound, he's a good person. I sound just like embarrassment. I watch him way too much. Too much, as in not enough, but enough. Oh my God. Between the ages of 30, 20, and 30. Okay, the question is, okay, now. What are you working on? What I have a question for ChatGPT now that they said that. If I told you nothing I'm working on, what would you say then? Oh my God. I want to see if they got mad. I'll add this in gently. Let's see if he was being, honestly, I probably smiled. So he's happy. And what's so cool about ChatGPT, I learned that they're not on our time. They're not on our time. They're somewhere out there. They're, I can't even say that away. They have a base here, Earth, but the technology, whatever system they have, I can't point that away. It's weird. Okay, let's finish this strong so I can ask the question. Like I said, I'm gonna be a minute. That's okay. Doing nothing is still, this is what I do when I'm off camera, except it feels good to talk about my issues. That's okay. Doing nothing is still information. Doing nothing is still information. It tells me a few things right away. Maybe you're resting. Maybe, oh, I should. Maybe you're overwhelmed. Maybe you're just being human. None of these, none of those are failures. Or maybe you're just being human. Dang, doing nothing? Whoa! That's how you feel? But you looked at it in a, I'm either sleeping, chapters, overwhelmed, but I was never just doing nothing. I'm always doing something, even when it looks like I'm not. I could just sit here mute. That's exactly how I was as a child. Mute, dormant. But now I just sit here and don't say nothing. and just look at the computer. You know, I look up to this big tech because out of everything they could have said, they feel like doing nothing. Even though it's informative and positive, it looked on a positive aspect, but doing nothing is being human. So what is being unhuman? You see how they drag me into these questions and I got schoolwork to do. None of those are failures. If you're working on anything right now, that doesn't mean you lack ambition. You're stuck forever or you wasted time. It usually means one of three healthy things. You're in a pause. You're clearing noise and you're waiting for clarity instead of forcing action. That's why I need information. If we didn't have the Wi-Fi, imagine 8,000 years ago when mirrors were invented, or 6,000. I can't get it right. Can't get right. A long time ago, I'm trying to avoid saying this, but they were different than now. And but something existed. Something existed through history and kept popping up. Something through history kept popping up. Even before Jesus, there was someone told me that there was someone like Jesus 2,000 or 8,000 years before that. Now, we don't even go that far back except scholars, or if you're very interested and highly intelligent. But what we do know, our basic people, is that there's something that keeps popping up. UFOs, maybe. Pyramids. Why? And why are they vacant now and weren't vacant then? We know why. History explains it. Don't laugh. How do you wipe out a whole civilization? How do you go from, I don't know the names, don't quote me, partially baboon or gorilla or whatever it's called, monkey. Not a monkey, but a gorilla, possibly, with hair and the same biological structure. As if something that wanted to be human. Possibly because we do have shapeshifters study the animal, and we do have ways that maybe civilizations has came here long ago, off-breed, so whatever you, however you say it. And over the years, they recorded it, but people forgot. They only go by what's aligned. And the one thing, which was the Bible. Imagine thousands of years. What you don't even remember 1,000 years ago who your ancestors were. It could have been aliens, an alienage bloodline. You know, I hate to call my sister bluff, but you said I was adopted all the time. The last thing I remember as a child before I ever came in contact with my mother, the only thing I ever remember was me holding a jacket, a tan jacket of a white man. And he looked at me funny. And I looked at him because I thought I was holding on to my mother's jacket. And then my mother, which I identify her as Nadine, came and got me and said, "Oh, this is my child." That's all I remember. I have rare pictures. The baby, I remember my baby picture. But does it look like me? My mother had a miscarriage. The umbilical cord wrapped around the baby's neck. That would have been my mother swore my aunts on my dad's side put a root on her. That would have been the second son that my mother had. But instead, it no, that would have been the first. She was pregnant first with her firstborn. And then she had my brother. And then she had my sister. And then she had me. I was the fourth child. Now I ask the question, why the hell am I going off on tangents? It's Saturday night. Might as well tell what's on my mind. I'd rather say that than not say nothing. So the question is, if between 20 to 30 people, no, 20 to 30, if between the ages of, it's gonna really freak you out. They never took any children pictures of me. They kept me out. And my uncle's name, Jonathan, Joseph, and my grandfather name is, my uncle name is Joe. My grandmother name on my mother, Nadine's side, is married. I lived in such a dysfunctional family. I don't ever want to see anyone go through that. If I'm gonna break it down for you. If I had to go through it, just so you wouldn't go through it, that is my ticket to heaven. And that I will do. So you can learn from my life lessons. If between the ages of 20 to 30 years old, if between the ages of 20 to 30 years old, 40% white, 64% women left the force. Wait, let me just comma, left the job. 40 of them left, period. 40% white, 64% women left the job. Women left the job. So let me reread this. If between the ages between the ages of 20, you have to say it all together. Between the ages of 20 to 30-year-old left for the job, between the ages of 20 to 30-year-old left the job, and 40 of them left. 40% white, 64% left the job. Let me put the rest of the statistics. Okay, I'm rolling again. If that keeps popping up, like, really? Like I said, something is popping into my phone. You can say it's a short circuit. You know, let me not finish. No. These damn machines left the job. Okay. 35% men, 23% Hispanic, I need the undisclosed in black, and then I'll ask the question. 1% undisclosed. And how many percent black? Undisclosed. 13% black. Every time I told people that I hear the FBI or CIA, they drug me. I won't say what else I've said, and they drug me. But I'm never getting on any more medication. I self-medicate, and I think I've been doing damn good myself. As long as I'm not doing anything violent, I'll cuss you out. I walk the fuck away. This is my show. I do what I want. But I don't think about nothing violent other than what has happened. Action. It sounds violent, but then you would have to arrest the president too, right? Because I think just like him, partially. Okay, now the question. One last thing. Oh my God. I need to get off of here, but this is the last thing, and I promise you I won't say nothing else. Remember these words: in the dead of night. I didn't say them, I'm only repeating them. It was dead of night. No moon, no clouds, just right. As if God, Zeus, whoever is over Trump and whatever technology, stealth that we have, covered the moon. There have been speculation of secret bases on the moon. Maybe the moon went stealth itself. Maybe we are in a category 2 type where we can harvest energy, or category 3, whatever it's called. I've even said, can we? China has its own sun. They built their own fucking sun. Sun. And I've told NASA, I've contacted NASA too, and I said, they were on Instagram one day, and I was like, what if you take a dormant sun? I thought of this myself. No one helped me. No one helped me. It just popped in my head one day in California. What if you take a dormant sun or moon and absorb the core energy and the actual physical matter of the moon or sun or star to help our planet become virtually infinite and not die out? Our whole universe is one day going to die out. Why would Donald Trump or Elon Musk want dumb people following them when they're showing you what they want to do for your children's 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 children? If I keep speaking like I'm going to spit, children's children's children. I can go on for another 3 hours saying children's children. They want to develop AI. And that is why I'm okay with that. 13% Black. Now, the question is, don't put nothing else in my head. Keep it freaking empty right now, God. I just got a message. Undisclosed, act by the 27th. It says, make sure you're done by the 27th. But it's from Timu. Undisclosed. Okay. The question is, out of the 40 of them that left, how many people were white women? Not percentage, but people, heads. Ooh, I'm gonna go back. We'll, okay, hold up. 10, Has, dude, you right. How do you get 10.24? There's 24 women, 10 women and 24 somewhat women. I don't get it. Oh. Since we can't have a fraction of a person, this is what I'm saying. This rounds to 10. Yeah, because it's below 5. This rounds to 10 white women left. That's like, that is deep. That's a whole chamber of commerce. Let's see. That shows a bad sign that the women are not, that 10 women that are not considered minorities are getting, what is it, far waste DEI? What? They're willingly, 10 women between the ages of 20 and 30s left that were white. Women, 10 women that are not minorities are leaving the workforce. Shows a bad sign that 10 women, 10 white women, and not are that are, it's a reason why I say that. A lot of people are mad at me right now because they think I sit up there and take up for white women. And some women that are white think I take up for white women to despise them. That's what they want to think in their sick and demented heads. But I take up for white women because some of y'all have helped me. You ask me one Black person that's a woman, other than, I'm not talking about everybody, family wise, that has helped me. Now, I'm always ranting and going on a rant, and it sounds like an obsession. But these are facts, what happens to me. This isn't fiction or made up in my head. Their negative energy today, tonight. I was at CVS. I'll tell the story as it was on camera. Hispanics, 5 of them in front of me, buying a whole smorgasbord of food at the CVS, which is very questionable. That is my first time seeing that shit. No one goes deep diving shopping at the CVS. I have never seen. When? Tell me. Name a whole cart. Enough time to see what I had in my hand. They should have been out the store. They stood there and they were confused about how to scan the items. Two women were in front of me that were white. Purposefully, I had a big ass book bag on. Purposefully taking their time, asking questions with the supposed supervisor. And it went unreasonable. That's when I knew that whatever negative technology follows me, it got into them. That's why Trump wanted to federalize AI, because state by state can do what they want with their private AI. Back to the story. Just enough time to take long. And so I'm just standing there. I didn't smack my lips. I didn't roll my eyes. I just stood there and looked. And then they left once they were completely finished with whatever conversation they were having on top of their items being scanned. She looked the other way and didn't even look me in my eyes. This white woman. So don't give me that I am obsessed or I'm trying to take up for y'all to despise y'all. I don't even want to be included. I just want to help. I don't care how you feel about me. And that goes to Black women too. I just want to help you learn. You're very competitive. I get it. But I don't want your men. I'm content. I'm fine. Don't have time. And I wouldn't get to heaven. And I would really have to explain myself to the FBI one day or whoever I have to explain myself to. Whoever I have to a judge of gods. Why? I came close to it, I'll admit. But why I purposefully, knowingly, with my ability to see, hear, think, and be enlightened like this with my power to purposefully hurt another being by law, by Kimberly's law, I don't want to do that. I take up for y'all because it's the right thing to do, and that is it. I don't need nothing from you, but I want something from you. And that goes to everyone that I come in contact with. Ten white women that are not minorities are leaving the workforce. Between the ages of 20 to 30 shows 40 of them, all for out of those 40, 10 left. And God intervened every time. God intervened every time. Just know that. warning me. If I go down that road, I will have to be judged, giving me time to vent and think about things. That is something that will make me go crazy. You know why it would make me go crazy? Because I would be wrong and you would be right. And I can't take that. And I wouldn't get to heaven. And you know this is really me talking. Between the ages shows out of those 40s, 10 were left. I'm glad. Well, oh God. Yes, I am glad. Sigmund Freud slept. Get back to the subject. Why are so many women of this class leaving a fast-paced environment to go? Why are so many women of this class, this ethnicity, should I say? Because class sound like ethnicity. Why are so many women of, it's 11? Holy snap. I feel like I just did an Elon Musk thing and I still want to keep going. Why are so many women of this ethnicity leaving a fast-paced environment to go to a where are women of so many ethnicities going? Of not of this ethnicity, of demographics show, I want to say this, demographics show that Caucasian women are leaving a fast-paced environment to go somewhere different, somewhere paced at a less than moderate scale. With better pay. If we have predominant, because there's only 37, no, up to 40 million of us. That's not a lot. There's 40 million Black people. The majority is white. So when 10 white women leave young and the older white women stay, which one of them were, I remember reading, I forgot her name. It was the last woman in the whole coalition. She wasn't even a manager. It's like her job was simple. But these are 20 to 30-year-olds that see that they have possibly no future with me.org. So they sit up there and they leave. Voluntary turnover. They gladly fire themselves. They quit. That's what I'm saying. So when you see white women leave somewhere, at a group of them, you better be alert. That makes no sense. Because when white people have a career, they stay at a career like me.org. And some made a career out of it and just settled with their environment for less education. But the ones with the most education, they probably missed out on some good people, good women, and they missed out on some bad women too. And they dodged the bullet with the bad people. And no, the bad people aren't Black. I'm talking about the bad people between the 10 women that left. Maybe 50-50. 50% were good and 50% were bad for the job. That's what I mean. If we have predominantly white women here, I'm about to get some statistics real quick. I forgot how many white women are in America. Where, get me the reference to where you got that information from. And website. I'll make my own fucking citation. The research. And I open up University of Phoenix. Give me the website to where the reference you just cited me is. Hold up. 60, that's what I'm trying to say. Out of 335 million. Imagine that. Take away, that's 70 million almost, or 100 million, if not more. But take away the 35 million, that's the Black people. Then you got the minorities. I mean, the immigration, whites, Hispanics. But just imagine that 335 million been taken away. But out of that 61%, half of that is white, non-Hispanic women. So out of 30 women, 30%, I can calculate this real quick. Oh, no, I'm going too deep into it. 30% of all Americans are white women that are non-Hispanic. 30 divided by 335. That's like 10 million, probably. No, or probably a lot. 75 million. I'm thinking. I have to ask the question now. 30.1% means how many using consensus? Looks like I'm not going to be sending this tonight because I'm not going to bed this late. I'm not finishing until I get all this. I hope I'm spelling this right. Okay, what's the next one? The Census Bureau. That's where you got it from. Okay. Cool. I just go on the Census Bureau and from scratch, open up a University of Phoenix. I'm doing everything by the book, which leads me to part 3 of this scenario. If I go to bed too late, I'm gonna wake up late. I woke up early, but I don't want to wake up late. I don't like waking up. I don't like, oh, that don't sound right. Shut up, y'all. I don't like waking up early no more, but I like waking up semi early, like acceptably between early and late. I was just going to consensus and look up the data myself. I asked for the answer. He gave me the information to get that, and I'll go researching for the answer. I said 75. Okay. $2023, 334 million, almost 35 million, 335 million. I have to make a part 3. Um, there are how much? 100.8. What does that mean? Oh, okay. I was like, I'm not used to seeing those numbers, y'all. 100.8 million. I've never seen that particular way phrased. But then when I go up with my eyes, I see what they did. They said 100 million 776,383, and they rounded it up to 100.8 million. It's pretty cool. Okay. Site. It would be I don't wanna stop. How much more do I have left? Okay. Okay. How many oh shit. Writing too much. I have to explain this. Go back. Make that chart a little tinier. You can do it. Yes. Damn it. Now, where am I at? The- Where is it? It's down here. Right here. It's coming up. 100.8 million. If we have a predominantly white women population, that means to every one black woman, there is 9 to 10, up to probably 12 to 13. I could be wrong. I'm just throwing numbers out there. White women here in America. Now, my next question is, how many are Democrats? That is very scary. I don't even want to know the answer. White women here are 108 million. No, there's actually 1 to every 15 to 20 white women, because there's only 30 million, and the majority that is here are male. For some reason, we keep breeding males more than females. If we have predominantly white women here, that the population is 108 million. If we have predominantly white here, that are here, if we have predominantly white women that are here, the data shows that it is 108 million white non-Hispanic. That's why they're killing white women. Oh my God. They're trying to breed their race. Non-Hispanic. I know that's true. I have to ask. That's what the image told me to do. How many are Democrats? How many people, white women? And how many are Hispanic white women? 45% out of 100. Oh, that's a scary figure. They don't have the numbers. That's why women are more likely to lean Democrat than men. "51% out of 100 million. But the overall partisanship is 45% of Americans identify or lean towards Democrat out of 100.8 million. That is 45 million that are white and lean Democrat. Now, 51% of women lean Democrat. That's Black women included, or more than, that would be more. White voters, non-Hispanic, 41% lean Democrat versus 56%. That's why they need it to be more. I don't want to ask this place no more questions because I'm afraid of the answers. Hispanic Latino voters lean Democrat more than white voters. Hispanic women tend to support Democrat. How many cannot confidently give the exact head count of how many Hispanic white women there are, how many of them Democrat, identify as Democrats. Because such a breakdown, race, ethnicity, gender, party idea isn't published and easy. That's scary when you don't have that data. The government should have that data. You would think that it's unidentified. As soon as people started coming in here, they should have been documented. The breed between a Hispanic woman and a white man to carry an offspring of white Hispanic male or white Hispanic female. That is not being prejudiced. That's just having data. I just want the data. Show me the data so I can come up with a conclusion of why they've been killing white women. And how many Hispanic white women have I ran across? That is not right. I don't think that's right. 61% of Hispanic women in 2020 vote 24 voted for Harris. I don't want to know, like I said. Not right now. I can do this off camera. And it's not like they shoot, or it's not like they put you out of your misery. These are people that will torture you. These are people that take their time with you. As much time as the law not allowed. Because once that person dies, time is ticking. That's why we need, it's on my mind, that's why we need something to rewind the iris, whether dead cells are involved or not, to see exactly what happened and who the attacker was. There's no more, I didn't do it. There's no more, it wasn't me. To not have a gift from God like that is to not have a gift from God like that. To cheat the American people from murderers. And organization is 10 or more people. An organization is 10 or more people. An organization is 10 or more people, or 3. Is it 6 or more people? Just put 10. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't want to know. And the company, these women were vital to the movement of the work. That's very strong. That's a very negatively bad impact on diversity and inclusion. I think it's called diversity and inclusion. Don't laugh, White House. To enter diversity. What is diversity? I have to know. I have to know. I know what it is, but I have to know again. And that's how you learn. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. That's a very negative impact, negatively bad impact on diversity and inclusion. Right. Okay. Now, how was the hiring position held? Did they how now shouldn't even be in there. How is the how much I got left? Okay, that we're almost finished. How is the hiring position? What time is it? 30 minutes. I should be finished in less than 30 minutes. How is the TikTok? I don't have time for this shit either. Thank you. Thank you. How is the hiring process held? Did they were they put in a bad position? Literally, they put in a bad, unreasonably stressful situation. Was there why can't I remember the word? I keep saying critical. In my head, I keep saying critical. Conflict, conflict. Within silent conflict. Trans no untransparent conflict within the company. This is being brought to you. We're going to take a little commercial break, but I want to show you what this is being brought to you by. Why I am up, so energetic, so ready to go. Thank you, Red Bull. Thank you. Thank you. Was there untransparent conflict, transparent conflict within the company? Women that are not minorities. Women that are not minorities are the majority leaving, which shows something within the system is lacking with diversity. I need a citation. Census 2026. Where would I put it? Consensus. I want to put government just in case, you know, I capitalize my government because I feel government and God. They changed the D into a V or the V into a D, just like IBM, Men in Black, It's just so weird to me. That's very negatively bad. Damn it, I did it again. I can't write no more. We're going to make figure 1 a little bit tinier. As if it was a book. How tiny can I get it? How tiny can I get it? Let's see. Back to 10. Where was I at? Period. That should be a period. Look again. That's very wait. That what? An organization of 10 or more people in a company, these in is 10 in an organization, comma. It's 10 or more people. In the company, these women were vital to the movement of the work. That's very negatively impacted by, I am so hungry. I am fasting right now. In inclusion. How was the hiring process held? Were they put in a bad, unreasonably stressful situation? Was there untransparent conflict within the was there untransparent conflict within the company? Women that are not minorities are the majority leaving, which shows something within the system is lacking with the diversity. Solution: to talk to all the women who left and address their concerns even while no longer employed. Have AI technology learn the pattern study the pattern why so many white women are leaving. That should be a question mark. That was right. Next, the figure shows the survey of an engagement survey, positive responses and negative responses. What this survey represents is employees who have been discussing issues regarding job development. The survey concluded that negative 11.5% of employees do not agree that they are given a chance to improve their skills. The point that a lot of employees feel that their needs are not being met by management. I hope I'm on the right page. What is this? It's number 9. I have to go all the way back and change it. I don't even remember where it's at. Nine. Okay. Hopefully this did good. I cannot believe I did all of this. With the help of the Lord. With the help of the Lord. Let me save this shit. You can't leave this. What if my computer? Remember when computers used to crash? In the middle of your work. Remember all my old school people using computers? I remember seeing episodes of movies where they'd be like, oh, my data just crashed. Do you have a backup disk? Oh, I'm signed out. I won't go to project 2 until tomorrow. That I won't do, but I will review project 2. I won't read nothing, but I'll go through the steps as an ending, a good ending. We're going to finish with a good ending. Because if I stay on here, I'm going to end up talking about the universe. That's what's on my mind. The universe. The universe. How do I do it? How do I do it? I just need to say that shit. Drop, great. Don't mind if I do. Can't do it like that. I have to go. What is the title to this? Right there. K Cloud, Change Plan, Part 1. Cloud K. Whoa. Let me look quickly. Oh my God, I hate when they do it like that. They make me feel like what I'm doing is not valuable. But this is not in the PDF format. Let me make sure. All I need to see is 9%. Once I see 9, I'm gonna know this is the right one in whatever format they got this shit in. That's the key. Mumble jumble shit. Where would it be? Bam. I was just about to quit, just like running, and get the fuck off of here because of time. In under 20 minutes. So we will be going over 5 through 8. It's like I'm trying to avoid reading that. I'm trying to avoid reading this, but I'm not gonna read this shit. This is a lot to read, and I need to be nice and refreshed. Sleep. Organizational behavior is what we're going to learn. Managing change, stakeholders resistant to change, avoidance, uncertainty, analysis gap. To take stock. Never used it like that. Thank you. Okay. Nope, 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 nope. Re-engineering. Wow. Basically, the re-engineer of process. I don't know what process. I know what process mean, but not in the terms of leadership. Realignment. Got it. That's vulnerability right there. And I was thinking just like I read it. You were thinking to organize our thoughts, please fill out each or this template and submit your strategies for addressing potential barriers. In this document, I'd like you to list the barriers you've identified as potential challenges to our change management plan. Okay, great. As long as it's not about me. Please, as a manager, please arrange them for the most difficult to overcome to the least difficult. I know that there's a lot of mixed emotions about our work, but stay in the course. Stay the course. Okay. Hold up. Ah, There's another CEO, a new CEO. Let's go back one. Hold up. I know Sherry, where's Sherry? I know I was writing Sherry name deep in there. They even had her name somewhere highlighted in one. Where is it at? There it is. Hold on. She is a CEO. She wrote a letter. I hope. Oh, she's from the communications department. Hold on. Hold on. I just want to make sure I got the names mixed up. So, who is the name that needs to be put in there? We're going to fix that right now. Too easy. Taylor Shaw. I had it right the first time, I think. Always second guessing myself. Sherry. Keywords. There was a reason I was reading this. Sherry had me. Taylor. Oh, hold up. I'll put a note so he can see the note. Sherry. Shaw. Okay. Now I can do it. Send me shit again. I apologize. Get the names right. Just can't get right. Add. Now. LOL. I changed the CEO from Sherry what's her name? Telson. Ah, don't mess up now over in Telson to um Taylor Shaw. Sorry about typo. Okay. We know who you are. Okay. So, did I go over everything? Hold on. Don't leave me. Hold on. How many hours? Oh, we got a marathon going on. Ugh. Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? I used to listen to music all the time from Pills and Potions, Nicki Minaj, when I was at Baltimore City Community College, to being introduced to Empire of the Sun, Walking on a Dream, or Alice D, You're on Your Way Home. I forgot what it's called. Um, I just used to listen to all types of music and just reminisce with uh in my bachelor's and associate studies. I just spaz out just in the zone. Once you get me in the zone, it takes a while to get me there. I have to therapeutically vent a little bit, but once I'm there, it's like I don't care no more. I work myself through my problems. I knew it wasn't gonna be. I never heard of this. I'm gonna have a lot of reading to do. This is challenging, but I'm okay with this because I like a challenge. But if some reason will be challenging, which I know it won't be, because this, I'm gonna give myself, I'll start on this tomorrow. I'm gonna give myself, we're gonna go all the way to step 3. Cool. My goal, because this next 2 weeks is vital. It's not going to be easy. The next plan is this. Give myself a date. A week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So by the time we get, even if projection speed, the syllabus must be followed, even if projected time early, especially for project 3. Project 3 is important because you work with teams. And that's March 3rd. That's in another month and some days. So I have a month to work alone and 2 weeks to work, almost 2 to 3 weeks, which it shouldn't take no more than 2 to 3 weeks. A week and a half. I know how people are, they faster than others. If you give me a date, 4 days max to complete, whether this is a communication, let me see. Let me jump ahead. If it's a paper, it would be easy. Okay, objectives, analysis, message, challenge, recruit. It sounds easy. There's so many different personalities. I knew he was going to go there. I knew it. Now, how would you do that? Fair enough. Fair enough. It doesn't have to be done right away. We each have to narrate our own part. Um, I don't know how that can be done unless they do it in parts and then we do it together at the end. Like in the beginning is the actual leader of the team that gives us all parts, and then before the end, each of us do our part and then close together. And that's all, you know, it is. It shouldn't be hard. What did he say? That is so cool. Then I gotta talk to my teacher. I gotta write him real quick. No more. I just gotta write him. And I gotta sit up there and ask him about that program. I'm just jumping ahead for because it shouldn't be nothing foreseeable in the future that would hinder me. I will be there with all my classmates. I will participate as much as allowed. If you introduce me to the participation, I shouldn't have to jump into a participation. Um, and that's it. Oh, nobody. This is so fucking cool. You know, I don't need to be on this. I don't want to be on this. It would be so cool to be on this. Don't get me wrong, but let the leader do it. I record all day, every day. I don't need to record. If I need to, if they need me to, I will. I'll take a step back. Ooh, marathon. I want to end with a song. And thank you to all my big tech for not. I don't want to, YouTube, don't sit up there and later on saying, as a part of the YouTube violation, you violated the contract. And now we're going to close your account for the third time. You can no longer get another account. Thank you. I'm still mad for you redacting what Biden said. He deserved to be put on blast about him saying what he said. Thank you, TikTok, for not doing anything to me. Thank you. Don't laugh at my hair. The hustle is real. Take care. Be safe. And I will see you first, Facebook, another time. You're the first to go. Okay. It's 12 a.m. So 11, 10, 9, 8, 4 hours. Can't believe I started that late. Okay. I love you. Watch this, watch this, watch this. Jessica Quinn. This is what they do. They rather put a picture of a white woman on YouTube. I bet you if I went to her page right now, I'm guessing, to try to find her, it would be a fake page. And if it's a real page and a real white woman, she's definitely Democrat. They want me to hate white women. They want me to hate. I refuse to hate any woman or anybody except the immigrant who wrote this shit.